Hello, good morning, everyone. This is Kara Bustos with Sit by Kara, and today is day one of our Day of the Dead cake class, part one. So we are going to be doing using real cake today to actually make this beautiful Day of the Dead woman with lots of wafer paper flour, and we're using real cake. So welcome to our virtual classroom. This is a new sort of, I don't know if it's new to a lot of people, I guess, in the cake world. Sorry, I've got some distractions going on. So this is an actual real classroom, so there's nothing, it's going to be going with the flow, and we have students along the bottom here that are going to be following along. So my attention is going to be on them. However, if you are on the outside viewing us in, you can always ask a question. There should be a box somewhere on the screen that says, click on here, join the conversation. If you click on that, it will take you into a room, at which point you can then be able to type in a question, and I'll be able to see it and I can answer it for you. Or you can make a comment. You can say, hey. Matter of fact, if you are here and you're watching live, just say hello. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start with our 7-inch round pre-stacked cake. And I have mine in the freezer. And how we're going to conduct class, ladies, is I'm going to demonstrate in steps. So I want all eyes on me while I demonstrate. And Felicia has joined us. Hopefully Felicia can hear us. Felicia, can you hear? We know we were having issues. Felicia, just say hello. I don't know if she can hear us. Okay, well, we're going to have to move on. Felicia, I hope that you can work that out. So as I demonstrate, please just all eyes on me, and then I will say, okay, your turn, so that I can sit down and actually be able to view you. Please have your camera on your work. So, and if you have any questions, just unmute yourself and let me know what you have, what question you have. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm a little like distracted because I want Felicia to be a part of this, and I'm concerned she's not able to hear. So, but hopefully she'll figure that out. All right, so I'm going to get started. Turn myself around. Can you guys hear me okay? Thumbs up? Make sure your thumbs up is by your noses so I can see you. Or in your camera, like thumbs up. Okay, awesome. All right, so I have my turntable here. Okay, and I have a prep board. And I apologize for it being white, but I think you can see it. It's all going to be white today, so hopefully you guys have all watched the video prior to class, so you have an idea already of what we're going to be doing. So I'm using a non-skid round that I cut out of, one second, you guys. I thought music would be helpful, but I don't think it's helpful. Okay, so I have a non-skid, and be sure that let me use a different one. Your non-skid does not come over the sides of your acrylic. So here's my 7.5-inch acrylic. Okay, and my non-skid does not come out, doesn't impede. So I'm going to place that on my prep board. I'm going to take one of my 7.5-inch acrylics. Again, if you guys are using different sizes, we're just starting with the bigger cake. We always start with the bigger cake first because we always want to make sure we have enough buttercream. That goes right on top. So your setup should look just like this. Okay, next, if you have some shortening, I want you to take a little bit of shortening and just put it right here on your board. And you're going to take your 7-inch parchment round. Or if you're using a larger size cake, you would use, if you're using an 8-inch, you use an 8 round. If you 9 round, so forth, so on. And you're going to place that in center and get that stuck onto the acrylic with the Crisco. So it should look just like that with the 1/4-inch spacing all the way around. Okay, so I'll stop there. I'll let you guys get your first setup. So your turn. Pilar. Okay, at least I know you know what to do. Keisha looks good. Keelan, just make sure that I can see your workspace. So we're not taking the cakes out just yet. You can go ahead and put that back in the freezer. We're just doing the setup. And Felicia, I'm going to text her. Hold on.
Question, Kara?
Who's speaking?
Keisha.
Okay, yes.
Do we have to make sure we get the shortening all the way to the edge to seal the parchment down, or no? Does it?
No, just in the center. You don't need to spread out that much, just enough to get the parchment to stick. And Diana, how are you? You're good? Can you position your camera so I can see? Angle your camera down. Okay, awesome. All right, great. I think everybody is good. Felicia, I'm so sorry, honey, that you're having trouble. Okay. Now, the next thing we're going to do, and it's quite different when we're using buttercream versus ganache, because buttercream doesn't typically do anything unless you put it in a very cold refrigerator. So it'll stay soft for us, whereas ganache, you have to move a bit faster because it will start to set on us. One side note, and I'll give you guys time. I have my air conditioning on, so it's quite cold here in my workspace, which is very important when we're working with buttercream. So if you can have your air conditioning on, please do. It'll make this class very successful for you. Okay, now moving on. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a really big dollop of buttercream and we're going to place it in the center. I'm going to use my fingers to make sure my parchment paper doesn't move. And I'm going to start by pushing the buttercream over to the side just to make sure I lock down that parchment round. Okay? And then just like you were icing the top of a cake, you want to make sure that it's even in its thickness all the way around. And you come all the way over to the edge of your acrylic. I am then going to take my bench scraper and I'm going to find the edge of my acrylic and I'm just going to pull back so that I can reveal the edge of my acrylic. So you should look like this. Okay? So you guys can do that. And make sure that you have about a 1/4 inch thickness of buttercream, because we will need that cushion to level out our cakes later. So do not be shy, ladies, on the buttercream. Get a good amount on there. That looks pretty good, Diana. That looks healthy. Keelan, you could definitely add a little bit more. Yeah, that's good. Good, Keisha. That looks like plenty. And it looks beautiful. It's a beautiful looking buttercream, ladies. And Pilar is taking notes. Okay, Tisha, I see you. Tisha, do you have a offset spatula? This is your friend, guys. This, the rubber spatulas will come in handy in a minute, but this is ultimately your friend. I mean, you can use your big spatula to get it on there, but to get it all smooth and around. Tisha, or not Tisha. Felicia, are you able to hear?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes. Felicia,
Can you hear me? But I can't hear you.
Let me check something. Can you hear me, Felicia? No. Okay, are we good? Who's ready to move on? Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to go get my cake. You keep your cakes in the freezer. Okay, so I have my cake. I have already crumb coated it. And it's been in my freezer overnight. So it is rock solid. Now, it is perfectly okay, in my experience, to, hold on one second. Okay, it is perfectly okay to have your crumb-coated cake frozen. It is not okay to have your cake frozen before fondant covering. So our goal is that while we're working with them, they will come to somewhat of a chill, not so much frozen, but more of a chilled temperature. Okay, but while they're frozen and we're doing this buttercream work, this is actually, in my experience, it's worked very well for me. Okay, so you can see I can pretty much toss this sucker like a football if we wanted to, which is exactly what we want. So you can see I can easily handle it and flip it over. I'm going to do my best to center it onto my buttercream. Okay, I'm going to take my leveler. One second. I'm going to take my leveler here and place it on top. And while I have room of a cushion amount of, well, like a 1/4 inch of buttercream as my cushion, I can push into that buttercream to level off my cake. So here, I notice that my bubble is a little bit on this side, which means this area is high, ever so slightly. So I'm going to just gently push down into that buttercream, not too hard, to get it centered. So now my bubble is in the center. I'm going to turn my cake ever so, just slightly, and go around my cake and just make sure that my cake is centered and it's leveled. So I'm just testing. And wherever it's high, I'm going to give it a little push. We don't want to push too hard that all of our buttercream just squirts out, and now we have no cushion to level off in. All right, so I am going to move on to just one more. So now that this is level, I'm going to take a little bit of buttercream on the center of, this is now the bottom of my cake, and I'm going to take my second acrylic, I can pick it up, and I'm going to place it right, just lay it on top just gently. We don't want to press down on it because we don't want to unlevel our cakes. And I'm going to take 2 bench scrapers, and I'm going to take one, and I want it to touch the bottom and be flat on the board. Then directly across from it, I'm going to position the acrylic so that they're lined up. And I'm going to hold it in place. And I'm going to pull off and then turn my cake, find another position directly across from it. I'm going to push in. In the meantime, I'm looking down on, and I'm making sure that the cake is centered inside of the 2 acrylics as I line them up. And I'm centered. I'm going to give it just a slight press without moving it, just so that that buttercream will help stick the acrylic onto the cake. Remember, our cakes are frozen, so it should chill up for us. And before the buttercream chills up, I'm going to go around the side here and lift up any excess buttercream that has sort of pushed out of the side. Okay? And then I'm going to scrape around. And that's now your turn. That was a lot, so let's see how you guys are doing. Okay, let's see, Diana. Good? Is it level? Remember, when you're pushing down on your cake, you don't want to push too hard because you don't want to lose that buttercream cushion too much. Keelan, go ahead and put your leveler in the center of your cake. Yes, and just always, you can move your cake and then you just turn your leveler as you move your cake so that you can see it, but keep it in the center. Okay, Keisha, how are you doing? Oh, we have the same leveler. Look at you. I see a nice bubble in the center there. And Tisha, how are you doing? Are we level? Great. And if you're ready to place the second acrylic on, remember, put a little, just a little bit, nope, too much, Keelan. Okay. Put a little more, put a little more dollop on there, just in the center, so you have just a little bit to push down onto, but yes, that's much better. Diana, you got your second one on? And you're ready to position your acrylics? Great. Okay, I'm watching you, Tisha. Remember, if anyone has a question, you can unmute yourself and announce yourself so I know who to watch. Are you good, Keisha?
It seems like some of the sides are just, a little off to me. I don't know if I'm messing it up or
Well, it's level right here. Turn your cake a little bit and reposition your leveler so I can see all the way around. Okay, that's level. Keep going. That looks, you can push down a little bit on that side, on both. Yes. Did it move?
No.
It doesn't look that off to me. I wouldn't stress about that. Turn it again. Okay, it's saying that you're level. So go ahead and put your next acrylic on. You might not be centered, but don't try not to look at the cake itself because you're not, the cake isn't very straight. It got crumb coated, maybe a little bit off, so it's throwing you. But if the leveler says it's level, then it's level. Does that make sense? Okay. I feel so bad for Felicia right now. So Diana, are you level and both your acrylics are lined up? Awesome. Okay, you're ready to go. Tisha, how are we doing? Any questions?
Like you said, for me not to pay attention to the cake so much. So that's what I'm trying not to look at because it's level, but it just looks like a part of it is sticking out, but it's not when
Well, did you do your 2 bench scrapers?
Yes.
And on that side where you feel like it's sticking out, is it touching your bench scraper? Is the cake touching your bench scraper? Or do you have a gap? Do you have a gap all the way around your cake?
on this top acrylic.
Once you sort of level it, try not to touch your acrylic. Let your bench scrapers position that top acrylic in place.
Yeah, there's a gap, but it seems like one side has more gap than the other.
Okay, but is the side that has less gap, do you have a gap?
Yes.
Okay, then you're fine. One side is just gonna have a little bit more buttercream than the other.
Okay.
As long as you have a gap, Tisha, you're gonna be fine.
Okay.
And then what I want you to do for future is I want you to be more cognizant of how you're stacking and crumb coating your cake onto the initial board. So get better at lining up the cake layers, and you'll have less of this problem in the future.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Who's ready to move on? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready to go.
Kara?
Who's speaking?
Keisha.
Okay. Hi, Keisha.
Let me show you. I think I have to kind of start over because let me move my camera so you can see. I have to move the cake.
No, what I want you to do, you don't need to start over.
Okay.
Here, let me demonstrate to you without.
Sorry.
I should probably not be so good at this. So I have room to show you how to fix errors. Okay, so let's say, Keisha, that your cake seems to be more on this side, and I think Tisha had the same problem. Okay, before I do that, I want you, because I just did this with Tisha, I want you to go around your cake with your bench scrapers, and as long as you have a gap all the way around your cake, even if one side has more of a gap than the other, as long as the side that has less gap still has a gap, you'll be fine. Does that make sense? So if you can test your cake first, because if you can, as you're getting better at this, you'll be better at stacking and filling your cake more cylinder, more straight, and then this process will just be so much easier for you. Do you have a gap, Keisha, all the way around your cake?
I have a gap, but it's right up against the cardboard.
Can I see?
Put it center.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Right here.
Okay, is the cardboard coming out from the acrylic?
No, it's lined right up against it.
Okay, so I think for today, we have one more cake to practice on too. I think you're fine because we are covering this in fondant, so that board will get covered in the end. As long as it's not coming, it's not protruding out of the acrylic. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. If it's lined up perfectly with the acrylic, then that's one thing. What size cake are you using?
This is a 7-inch, and the board is a 7.5 acrylic.
Because what I'm seeing is that the way you stacked your cake, it looks like it's a little off, like the layers are they're not straight up and down, so to speak. So the way that it looks like you will be able to cover nicely around the cake, but for some reason the board and just the way it got lined up, it's just kind of off. Okay. But like I said, as long as it's not coming over or out from under the acrylic, then you're good. Are you sure?
It could slightly there. Let me check. Yes, my bench scraper did scrape up against it a little bit. Against the board.
Okay, I am going to say, because the reason why I'm hesitating on showing you how to fix this right now for you is because it looks like your cake is just off from the cardboard. So,
Okay.
but inside the acrylics, it looks like it's fine sort of all the way around. Yeah, see, when you stacked your cake, Keisha,
Yes.
your cake kind of went like this.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So that's why
Yeah.
it's off.
Okay.
But I want us to keep going. Don't move it, okay? Just leave it the way that it is. It's level and they're lined up.
Yes.
Okay, good. Just like I think with Tisha, or I think this is the way you guys initially stacked your cake. So we just have to work on that, getting better at that. Okay, so now we're moving on now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to further attach this acrylic onto my cake. I'm being very careful that I don't move this acrylic because it's already lined up. So I'm taking a little bit of buttercream on the end of my spatula, and I'm just, if you can see that, I'm just pushing the buttercream up so that it seals in that gap. And from the top view of my cake, I can see the gap. Let's see if I can show you guys. Do you see that? So that's what we're going to do all the way around your cake. Be careful that you don't move your acrylic. So if you want to do this with me, feel free to get started on this. Take a little bit of buttercream and I'm not even touching that acrylic, you guys. I'm only touching the buttercream, and I'm just moving it underneath that spacing. Now for you, Keisha, when you get to that point where your cardboard is at the edge of your acrylic, just go over it just slightly. You're not going to have, you obviously don't have any spacing there, but you should have lots of spacing on the other areas. So just make sure those get filled in. And then I'm just going around slightly around the edge of my acrylic and just cleaning up. I have this phrase called inside and outside the acrylic zone. So anything outside of the acrylic zone, we just want to gently scrape away, and everything on the inside is good. So this is where we are right now. I'm going to watch. Into Felicia because she's not able to hear me. Trying to help. Okay, how are we doing, Diana? Diana, you look like a pro. Look like you're doing all right. Keelan, you looking like a pro too. It's looking good. Keisha, how are you doing? Okay, it's not so bad. I think you're gonna be fine. You're just gonna see that little piece of cardboard, but we're covering it in fondant, so it's all gonna disappear on us anyway. Okay, great. All right, and Tisha, how are you doing? All right, you looking good, guys. Are we ready to move on? Okay. Now, here we can go a little bit faster. Hopefully, because the cakes have been really cold, they're frozen, it helps. If you touch your buttercream, you can see that it's already chilled because the frozen cake has sort of chilled it for us. So that's good. So we can keep moving. We don't have to go in and out of the freezer. Or at least it is for me. Okay? If you feel like your cake is not making it solid enough for you, then you might need to stick it in the freezer. But hopefully you guys, if you started with a frozen cake, then you should be at the same place that I am. So what I'm going to do is I'm putting a bunch on my rubber spatula here, and I'm literally going to just press it into that center section of exposed cake all the way around. And I'm pressing pretty good because we don't like air bubbles. And I'm just getting a lot on this cake all the way around. And I'm also not touching my acrylics. Okay, so I've got a good, and this is why it only took me 7 minutes the other day to get this cake covered. Because you'll see in just a second. With my bench scraper, I'm going to lay the scraper that is touching both acrylics, and I'm going to pull back, taking away excess buttercream. And I'm being mindful of my pressure, that I'm not scraping too hard, but I'm not being weak about it either. So a happy medium. And what my goal is to see both the top and the bottom edge, the top and the bottom edge acrylics as I pull back and making sure it's all clean. Now, this exposes where I have little holes and real areas that I need to fill in. And I'm going to let this chill a little bit while I watch you guys. And then I'm going to go back and patch it in. That was fast, huh? Can I get a thumbs up for that? Okay, let's see you. Let's see ya. And try not to touch your cake, Tisha. Don't touch your cake, your top acrylic, because we don't want to move that acrylic. All right, Keisha, I see you. Get it on there, ladies. Smash it in there. Okay, Keelan, I'm concerned about you touching the top of your cake. Try not to do that. As long as you're not moving those acrylics, you should not need to touch your cake. And remember, as you're putting on the buttercream, just be aware of trying to smash as much buttercream into any exposed crevice around your cake, because we want no air bubbles. Oh, let me see. Felicia, you can't hear me, but I can see you. Can you hear me, Felicia? Felicia, can you hear me? Felicia, you hear me? No. Go to the chat. Look at the chat. I'm doing sign language. You can't hear me. Chat. I need to get a piece of paper so she can hear me. Hold on. Oh, wait. Did you see that? How are we doing, ladies? Diana, you looking good, girl. Have you used acrylics before, Diana? Never? No? Are you loving it right now? That's looking good, Keisha. Let me see if there's any Q&A questions. No questions. No questions from the outside viewers.
Question,
Who's speaking?
Keisha.
Yes.
Are these pockets, these air pockets right here, is that going to be a problem?
We're going to fill those in. Your
Okay.
cake is still cold, right?
Yes.
Okay. It should start to sort of get solid on us because our cakes are still cold from being frozen. So we're taking advantage of that right now.
Okay.
We're going to, I still have air pocket. Look at mine. I still have, you see all that?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So I have a bunch of little holes happening. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to take my spatula and I'm just going to go over the areas that need to be filled in, as you would. Doing a good job of pressing into the cake so that it fills in those holes. And always putting more than you need because we'll scrape it down. Okay, I hope you guys have paper towels too, because now that we're in our sort of clean finish mode, we want to make sure that every time we pass around our cake, we have a clean blade. And I'm just passing through and filling in where I need to fill in and making it smooth. I think I'll need one more pass. Again, I am cleaning my blade. And a light pass around. And I am nice and filled in and smooth. And I'm done. I am going to go put this one in my freezer. I'm sorry, no, not freezer, not freezer. I'm going to go put it in my refrigerator, okay? We are not going back to the freezer. Once you've gone to this stage, we are done with the freezer. In my fridge, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm going to check on you guys. You guys, your cakes look really great from my vantage point. Diana, you're looking good, girl. Keelan, am I saying your name right, Keelan? Oh, great. You are looking so good. Who's happy about their cakes right now? Anybody? Are we still nervous? Keisha, it looks good though, right? Let me see Tisha. How you doing, Tisha?
I still have some holes, so I'm going back and forth, and I have a bald spot also. So I'm just trying to, cover it up.
Okay, so here's another option that you can do, Tisha, is you can take a knife, because it looks like the cake
Yes.
has come over where the acrylics.
And it was fine before I frosted it, but obviously it's not.
Well, it's kind of hard for us to see sometimes too. So what you can do is get a knife and you can trim down that little area, being careful not to move your acrylics, and just fill it in. So you might want to trim a little bit more.
Oh, okay. I'll go back.
So wherever you're seeing cake, you need to trim back away. Does that make sense? And then you should be able to...
Complete sense.
Okay, so then you should be able to fill it all in and it'll look perfect.
Yeah.
So, anybody else having the same issue? Keisha, did you have that issue of cake being exposed?
No, I don't have that, but I'm still trying to get these holes out, and it seems like the air pocket.
Little tiny ones. What you can do is add. I can see it fine. I can see it fine. What you can do is just add a little bit more and run your bench scraper, or get a container that will hold your bench scraper in and fill it with super hot water.
Okay.
Okay, and you're just going to heat up your blade, and then you can smooth over your cake.
Okay, I'm going to do that now.
I have a question, Cara.
Pilar, how's the cake?
In the oven?
In the oven.
I will do my homework, I promise.
Okay.
Why shouldn't the cake go back to the freezer once you take it out?
Well, at this point, with the cake that I just did, it's done.
Okay.
So usually I just put it back in the refrigerator because one, I frosted it frozen, so it's still really, really cold. Two, the buttercream was already getting sort of solid and chilled because of the frozen cake. So it really only needs the time it takes me to do the other cake in the refrigerator for me to pull it out and be able to safely take off the acrylics. But I don't want the cake to go back in the freezer because I'm going to put fondant on it, and I don't want it to be frozen solid. So it's been sitting out for what, 40 minutes while I frosted it, and now it's in the refrigerator. So it's going to, I have frosting in my hair. It's going to, it's still going to be chilled, but it's going to be defrosting from frozen to refrigerator cold.
For condensation, right?
Yes, we don't want to put fondant on a frozen solid cake, ever.
Okay.
You can crumb coat and freeze it. You can do the acrylic method with a frozen crumb coated cake, but at that point you need to make sure that that cake has defrosted to the temperature of your refrigerator.
Okay.
Before you put fondant on it. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Tisha, you're looking good. How's it doing now?
I could fill it in some more. Like I got some air pockets, so I can fill it in some more. I mean, you can't hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay. So I said, well, you heard me. So I can fill it in some more air pockets. But for the most part, this is better.
Okay, good. Are we
Okay.
happy? Are we okay?
Well, I know practice and practice and practice is always going to get better. So
Yes, exactly.
yeah, I'm not gonna make myself crazy over something not working the very first time.
We have enough. Is this your first time with acrylics, Tisha?
I worked with it once before. I've been buying them little by little and been working with them, but yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, for your first try, I think you're doing pretty good. And remember, we got another cake to do, so we got another chance to work it out.
Yes.
Okay, ladies, you guys, I'm going to give you 5 more minutes. And then I'm going to prep for my next cake, and we're just going to do it one more time because we have 2 cakes in this class. Our goal in the next 3 hours is to get the second cake covered, to take our acrylics off, and to cover them both in fondant and start on our wafer paper flowers. So we got time, but it will go fast on us too. From what I can see, it looks great, Keisha. Are you happy with it? Okay, thumbs up. I like it. How about you, Diana? Okay, Felicia's back again. Can you hear us? Can you hear me, Felicia? Oh my, I feel so bad, Felicia. Please know, Felicia, that I really feel bad. But don't you worry. I'm going to hook you up. We're going to figure out something between now and tomorrow.
Question?
Who's talking?
Keisha.
Okay, Keisha.
Am I supposed to take it and put it back in the fridge now?
Put it in the fridge. Can your whole prep board go in the fridge?
Yes.
Okay, that's important. Put that in the fridge, and you can start setting up for your other cake.
Okay, thank you.
If you guys are done, oh, you can hear? Oh, Felicia, unmute yourself so I can talk to you. You can or you can't? Where are you, Felicia? Felicia, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Test, test, test. If you can hear me, Felicia, you'll have to unmute yourself so I can hear you. Oh my God, but you can't see? This is ridiculous. Oh, Lord. Is your video off? Make sure your video is on and not off, Felicia. Okay. If you're done, put your cake in the refrigerator and we can start the setup for the next cake. And maybe we can go a little bit faster with this one. So, prep board, non-skid, 5-inch acrylic on my non-skid, shortening, just a little in the center, 5-inch parchment, seal it on. That's my setup. Since we've already done this once, we're going to do this second cake together, so feel free to work while I work. Again, if you have questions, just please unmute yourself, announce yourself, and I will stop what I'm doing and answer your question. But I'm going to talk through it as well. So I have my prep, my parchment. Make sure parchment is key. Don't ever forget your parchment. Lots of buttercream right there in the center. We want a good cushion of buttercream to level off our cakes in. I am pushing, making sure I don't move that parchment paper from the center of the acrylic. And I'm pushing it down, and like the top of a cake, I'm leveling my cake down to about a 1/4 inch thickness all the way around. And with my bench scraper, finding the side of my acrylics, I'm just going to expose the edge of my acrylic so now that I can see it. And I have a nice cushion of buttercream. And I'm going to go get my cake. I'm just moving it center, sorry. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm just going to get my other cake. You can do the same. So again, my cake has been in the freezer. So it is like very solid and easy to hold and turn upside down. Keisha and Tisha, I want you guys to look at my crumb-coated cake. And I want you to see that for the most part, my cake is pretty level on both sides, and that it's not like leaning over, it wasn't stacked with a lean of any sort. So I have a good beginning. So my odds for success is greater because I'm not going to worry about those few issues that you guys were having. So next time when you go to feel and stack and crumb coat your cake, just be mindful that it all starts with the base. Okay, great. So now I'm going to flip it over. I'm going to do my best to line it in the center of my buttercream and acrylic. I'm going to take my leveler and I'm going to go around my cake and make sure that that bubble stays in the middle. If it's slightly off like it is here, I'm just going to push down ever so slightly into the fresh buttercream. Again, I'm going around and I'm checking. And also be mindful that your cake stays in the center of that buttercream and acrylic. So here, and if you want to look up for a second, this cake seems like it is pushed a little too far on this side. So I'm going to bring it over just ever so slightly, because you only have about a 1/4 inch of space to work with. So I'm just, again, and if you need to go around with your bench scraper to find your acrylic, you do that. And then I'm going back to my leveler, and I'm just checking to make sure I'm level. All right, I'm good. Again, we're putting a little bit of buttercream in the center of our cardboard bottom there, and I'm taking my second acrylic, and on top I'm using 2 bench scrapers to then line up my acrylics. And I'm just going to go around, and as I'm going around lining up, I also want to make sure that I have enough gap around my cake. And always go direct. So I am too far over on this side, so I need to adjust the cake. So I'm going to hold down the acrylic on the opposite side, and I'm going to just move my cake over so slightly to the side to the other side, so I have more space on this side, if that makes any sense. And then I'm going to go back and adjust my acrylics. And again, if the cake itself is not, crumb coated perfectly, it's going to look, sometimes it will look off with the acrylics. But as long as you have a spacing around your cake, it'll be fine. So I'm just checking that I have enough space. Okay, one more look, because I feel like I moved it. Great. So, I just clipped it, sorry. Okay, so if you're at this point, go ahead and take your buttercream and get it underneath that edge of the top acrylic to try to help seal that acrylic onto the cake. Okay, so I've gone all the way around. I'm also going to come up and bring in that buttercream around the bottom edge. I'm going to take my bench scraper, just lightly go around. And I'm going to let this cake sit for just a little bit to let the frozen cake help get my buttercream nice and solid for me. So I will check you guys, see how we're doing. If you have any questions or comments. Hopefully this second cake is going by a little bit easier for you guys. if you're ready to move on, Keelan, you look like you're ready to keep going. So you can keep adding the rest of the buttercream and getting your cake nice and smooth. Just make sure you don't put any pressure on your acrylics. Give it a chance to sort of seal that acrylic onto the cake. Do you guys understand why I like to use frozen cake now? It's a little easier. Just remember, we don't want to cover frozen cake though in fondant. That's a no-no. Hopefully Felicia can see. Can you hear me, Felicia, but you're not able to see? You can see and hear? Oh my God, Felicia! Oh, thank you, goodness. Thank goodness. I'm so happy now. Okay, I'm looking at you, Keisha. You're looking pretty good. How you doing, Tisha? Do you need any help or are you doing all right? Okay. Okay, well, I'm going to keep going too. Get this cake covered and in my fridge. So using, at this point, I'm just trying to get the buttercream on the cake. And I'm making sure I'm pushing it. And I'm not touching my acrylics because I want to make sure they're getting attached nicely while the buttercream firms up around it. But that open space area, I can push the buttercream in any exposed open area because we don't want air pockets. So, and this is, using this big spatula is just helpful. Okay, so I've got a coverage. I've got my paper towel, so I'm cleaning off my scraper. And I'm gently going around so that I can expose both top and bottom acrylics. And I'm also taking what I scrape off and sort of like smashing it a little bit into any open areas to see if I can cover up holes while I'm going. So that's just another way about it. And now I see where I need to fill in. So going back over. The areas that I need more buttercream, or that I have too many exposed holes. And because I'm trying to get a smooth pass, I'm going to be wiping my blade off Hopefully this will be my final pass around. And if you feel like you need to heat up your bench scraper, you can certainly do that with running really hot water down your blade or have a pan of hot water. That's always helpful at times. But typically I don't have to use it. Sometimes I do get a grain of salt because I do kosher salt in my buttercream, and I grab one and it makes a line all the way around my cake. It's very annoying, but I really do like the taste of it. So I just deal with it. But I had a line. All right, let's pray it out and grab a salt. I did, but I'm not going to worry about it. We are covering this in fondant. Okay, so that is done for me. And now I'm going to go put this one in the refrigerator. No more freezer. Okay. How we doing, guys? Felicia, if you can hear me, can you angle your camera down so I can see your work? Great. It looks good. Do you like it, Felicia? Yeah, it looks great. I hope you guys are happy. I hope that I'm helping. Ooh, Keelan, it looks so gorgeous. Is that a 6-inch? Awesome. It looks really great. Careful, careful. How you doing, Keisha? Awesome. What buttercream, unmute yourself, Keisha. What buttercream did you use? Did you use the one I use? I have a recipe for?
Yes, the Lauren Kitchens. For some reason, I always get a lot of air bubbles in it. And I mix it on low for a while.
You have a lot. What do you use the paddle whip?
Yes. And I tried to even, stir it up in the bowl to try to get them out, but it always happens like that for me.
It has happened to me too, just not often enough, so I don't even know. I do say this, though. The hot bench scraper helps with that a lot. Okay.
I have some water heated on the stove now.
Okay, so just keep working with it.
Okay, thank you.
You're doing great. You guys' cakes look like styrofoam dummies now. I love it. We're doing really good on time, you guys. We're not going too fast. Everybody's comfortable? Diana, I've never used those acrylic scrapers. You like them? The only thing I'm concerned about acrylic scrapers is that you can't heat up the blade if you need to. Like if I needed to do a hot, and sometimes I have to, just like Keisha was saying that she gets air bubbles. Sometimes that happens to me, and that hot bench scraper just really helps. But you can't do that with acrylics.
No, I'm using them, but they're kind of, well, they're a little bit too thick. These are not actually store-bought. I got them with a laser cutter at school. So they're a bit thick. They're like a quarter of an inch. So I'm having a little bit of trouble. That's why I have this one. But it's too short for the cake.
It is? Oh.
Yeah, well, it gets, but it's board in my prep board.
Oh. Well, you're doing good though. From my vantage point, it looks really nice.
Thank you.
It's looking better, Keisha. It's looking better. I see you, Felicia. What buttercream are you using, Felicia? Oh, I can't hear you. To unmute yourself. Oh no, now I can't hear you. As long as you can hear me, we'll be fine. You can type me a question. Don't you do nothing. Type me a question, I'll answer it. We're gonna figure this out. Are you having, Tisha, are you having the exposed cake issue a little bit?
Not as much as before, but I'm having it again.
So
I really, yeah.
it's just gonna be practice, that's all, you know. But you know, you can always trim that cake out too.
I think I am. But overall, I'm happy.
Okay, good. Overall, we're looking for an overall happiness here. And a learning experience. Okay, so Keelan's done and ready to go. Hold on for us, Keelan. I'm gonna give them a little bit more time. Maybe you can take a bathroom break.
I have a question,
Okay.
Keelan. Is it necessary to trim your cakes, like the sides, before you crumb coat or?
No, only if you need to. Like, for instance, if you are using, if your cake is 6 inches and you're using 6-inch acrylics, then you have to trim your cakes.
Right.
Okay,
But
and you can have a slightly smaller cake board underneath that.
But
So-
it wouldn't affect, sorry, it wouldn't affect like bubbling or anything like that with your fondant, like the ripple. That's what I've heard.
What do you mean by ripple?
Like when you cover, well, in the past, in my very, very beginning, when I covered my cakes kind of sort of poorly, I've noticed that you'll see the ripples from the sides of the cake. And I was told by a cake decorator that you have to trim the sides in order to avoid that. But I've noticed that's never actually worked. So
No, listen. If you want to trim your cakes because you like to get rid of that crusty kind of edge,
yeah, no, I don't care about that.
me neither. So that's why I chose to go with the 1/2 inch larger acrylics.
Okay.
And you'll see, if you've noticed with Keisha and Tisha, their cakes were a little kind of off. with their stacking, but now that it's covered using the acrylic method, you can't tell.
Yeah, I had that with the 6-inch.
Yeah, it's all solid now.
Okay.
Of course, when you go to cut the cake, you can see where one layer might have a thicker layer of buttercream than the other, but as long as the buttercream is all packed in and around it and filling in any of sort of exposed or crevices, then no, you shouldn't have any rippling of the fondant. Does that make sense? We're basically creating a cylinder of buttercream around that cake, a solid layer. So I don't know that I even really understand what you're saying, but no, you should not have any rippling when we go to fondant these cakes. You shouldn't. The only reason why I told Keisha to trim her cake because she had exposed cake outside of the acrylic area. So if this is her acrylic, she had like a little bit of cake coming out. So we had to trim that back so that she can fill it in with buttercream. So I don't trim my cakes. I have had to when I had the same situation Tisha had, and there's nothing wrong with that. Especially when I do my squares. The square acrylics are just a little bit tighter, and I typically have to like shave off like one side, like 1/8 of an inch of cake. Okay, I think we've got 2 people still working. Keisha, you're good? Okay, I'm going to give you and Tisha 3 more minutes.
Clara, can I ask a question? It's Pilar.
Yes.
Sometimes it has happened to me that, for example, when I finish covering a cake in fondant, and then it sort of like the filling shows
It bubbles?
not
Or
bubbles.
bolts, or it bubbles?
It bulges like you can see the fondant straight, and then
Yeah,
right.
we don't like that.
How can we avoid it? Like, how can
Well,
we?
what fillings are you using, Pilar?
I'm using like a thin layer of buttercream, and then I'm using marmalades or jams. And okay.
Well, here's my thought about that, Pilar. When I was using the same thing, I put a little bit of buttercream, I do a dam, I put that marmalade or yummy, delicious feeling, and then you stack the next cake, and then you would get those bulges. That has not happened to me since I have done away with those type of fillings. I don't offer them. Now, so say someone wants an orange marmalade filling. They like that sort of gel type of filling. What I will do now, instead of doing the thin layer, the dam, and then pouring sort of like the marmalade in there, I will mix that marmalade into my buttercream. So they get the flavor, but I get the stability.
Okay,
So,
because I'm sorry, I was thinking it was maybe the weight of the top layer that pushed everything out.
yes, that too. I can't really speak on much about that issue if you choose to continue to use that in your cakes, because I gave up on it. So what I would suggest to you is maybe do a thin layer. You do a what we call it, a dam. Pour your marmalade of whatever you're using. Chill it, like just that layer. Chill it in the refrigerator or freezer. Bring it back out, and then put another thin layer of buttercream over it. Okay?
Okay.
Sealing in any air pockets and getting it to sort of marry itself to your dam. then
Great.
stack your next cake.
Thank you very much.
That would be my suggestion, but again, I don't use those, so I can't. Let me know if you use that method and if it works. But I just got away with doing it, and now I just mix it. Now that's it. I'll just offer the mix. Like someone ordered, someone ordered like lemon curd, and I'm like, no, I'm not putting that by itself, but I mix it in with the buttercream, and that's their filling. Okay, I think we're ready to move on. Is that all your questions, Pilar?
Thank you very much. I'll let you know.
So I'm going to go get a cup of hot water and my knife. We're going to take the acrylic off. So 1 second. You guys can get your hot water too. Get a cup, like a coffee cup of hot water. Okay, so I have a coffee cup of hot water. I'm going to take a small paring knife, and put the blade in the water. And then I'm going to go get my 7-inch cake. And also make sure that you have, if you have your display board, this will come in handy. When we go to flip the cake over, I'm going to flip it onto my display board. It'll be one less step I have to do, okay? If you are just doing an all buttercream cake, you definitely want to have your display board ready to flip your bottom tier onto. So have that nearby and some tape. And I'm going to get my cake. Okay, so I have my cake. It is solid, it is well chilled. I'm going to demonstrate taking off the lid, so all eyes on me. I have all eyes. So my blade, let me get a paper towel ready. My blade has been in the hot water for a few seconds. I'm going to just wipe it off. I'm going to find where the acrylic and the buttercream meet, and I'm going to slide my knife right in there. Let me lift you guys up and show you. So you can see my knife is sitting in between the cardboard and the acrylic. Okay, so I'm going to, as I am sort of slicing through and disconnecting the buttercream from the acrylic, I'm also thinking about slightly lifting upwards with the knife. But I've lost heat in the blade, so I'm going to take it out and put it back in my cup of hot water. Reheat the blade, wipe it off, go back where I ended, and continue to cut through. And it should slip right off. Easy. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay my knife so that it is flat onto the cardboard, and I'm going to trim any excess buttercream away. And I'm actually going to put it in a different bowl. Get a different bowl for this because it might have cake crumbs. And I'm trimming down that buttercream flush to my cake board. So you guys can go ahead and get started in removing your bottom acrylic. This is how we get to keep our acrylics and not give them to our customers. And I have a nice, and I'll show you guys what the bottom of the cake looks like. So you can see I have a 1/4 inch of buttercream that is not being covered by a cake board. Some people question that, and does that cause a problem for me? And it just doesn't. If you feel uncomfortable about that, you can always use the same acrylic and cut you a cardboard the same size as your acrylic. And at this point, you would then attach it using tape or whatever you're going to use here and attach it to the bottom of this cake and line it up perfectly. Does that make sense? Thumbs up? Okay, but I don't do that because I've never had an issue. Okay, let me know when you've got your one acrylic off, and then we'll move on. Just be very gentle and think about lifting up and not down.
Kara,
Yes.
mine popped off on its own.
Great.
But it took some with it.
Yes, mine did too. Let's see the top of your, does it look damaged at the top of your cake? I mean,
Yeah.
do the knife, go around like I was doing with the knife and trim it down flush to your cake board.
Okay.
And I think you're fine though. And again, we are covering this in fondant, so for the most part, you don't really have to worry about it. And we can also fix it too later.
Okay.
We just don't want a big chunk. No big chunks.
It's just a little slight dip.
Yeah, I don't see that as being a problem.
Okay.
So don't stress over that. Diana's got hers off. How'd it come off? Easy? Awesome. Felicia, how you doing? Very good. Keelan's got hers off. Nice. You guys' cakes looks really, really, really great. I see we have a few viewers in here. If you guys want to ask a question, make sure you go to the Q&A area and type in a question and I can see it. Okay. You're not going to get a good level, Tisha, because you have that big mound of buttercream there in the center. So scrape down like I showed you with the knife and remove as much of that buttercream and make it level with your, on the sides, make it level with your cake board. Okay, if you have your display board that you're going to, you know, have for your cake, your finished cake, you can get that ready to go. And just have it nearby. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put some tape, just regular tape, and where there was never any buttercream that touched it, because this will not stick to buttercream, I'm going to add tape. All the way around so that it will stay on my display board. I do this for most of or all of my buttercream covered cakes with no fondant, because it's one less cake I have to worry about damaging while I try to get it on to the display board. So I usually have my display board ready to go for the bottom tier. And if you notice, when after I flip this over, not having that board exposed makes for a really clean buttercream finish all the way down to the cake board. Okay, ready to move on. We're ready to flip, guys. We're ready to flip. So I've prepped the bottom of this cake with tape. What I'm going to do now, and this is very, very important, I'm just loosening up the cake from this board. I am not taking the acrylic off. So what I'm going to do with my knife is I'm going to go between my prep board and the acrylic, not the acrylic and the cake. We will do that later. But right now I am just going to get underneath and just make sure my cake is detached from the board. I am then going to, it's a little difficult to make it center here, but I'm going to try. I'm going to center my display board okay. I'm going to press down, get that tape attached. And here's the flip, guys. I'm lifting up my entire prep board. I'm going to position my hand directly underneath the cake. My other hand, I'm going to sandwich them close. And in one swoop, I'm just going to flip it over. Okay, set it down and remove my board. And now I'm going to take the top acrylic off. Now remember, you guys, we have a parchment. So really the only bit of buttercream that we need to detach from the cake is the edge. Okay? So using my knife that has been sitting in my hot water, I'm going to again carefully slice through and get. Now this you have to be a little more careful because we don't want to rip off a lot of buttercream, but it should slide right off just like the other one. And then you can peel off the paper. Just that easy. And I'm going to give you a view of the top of my cake. So you can see I have lots of holes that need to be filled in now. And I will do that shortly. I will watch you guys. Who's already flipped it over? Okay, we're getting ready. Diana's getting ready to flip. Oh, Keelan, you already flipped. I missed it. Oh, you flipped too. Ooh, I like your board, Tisha. Nice board. Okay, let's watch Keisha flip. Don't be scared. Boom, done. Easy. It didn't get quite centered, so you can try to maybe get your knife underneath that cake and try to move it a little bit to center it on your board. And don't worry if you mess up a little bit of the buttercream. We can patch that. Try to lift it with, here, let me show you.
Should I put the board back on top and try to?
No.
Okay.
Let me show you. So take your knife right underneath the cake and lift it off the board and try to move it like that. Okay? And see, I damaged it a little bit, but that's okay because I can patch that. That's not an issue.
I use Gorilla Tape. Oh.
Well, then just leave it, girlfriend. We'll be all right. If you think you're going to damage your cake too much, then don't do it. Okay, I'm going to move forward. All I'm going to do now is I'm going to take...
Question. I'm sorry. This is Tisha.
Hey, Tisha. Let me get you on the screen. Yes.
I'm having a hard time lifting my acrylic off of the top and getting in between, but you know, I'm just having a hard time getting my knife in between the acrylic and the parchment paper.
Don't worry about that. I just want you to concentrate on loosening up that little bit of 1/4 inch, what do you call it? There's a 1/4 inch spacing.
Yes.
That's only buttercream that's attached to that acrylic. So
Okay.
go slow. Don't worry about trying to be on top of the parchment.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so with the top of the cake, I'm going to use a little angled offset spatula, and I'm just going to take a little bit of buttercream and I'm just filling in any holes and going over my edge. And because my cake is still very chilled, it's okay if I move some buttercream over my edge. But I'm just filling in the holes. And the area that was exposed around the perimeter, and I'm just making a clean finish. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect because we're covering this in fondant, but it does have to be, for the most part, smooth and level. And you don't need to add a bunch, because if you leveled your cake, then you don't want to add too much to unlevel it at this point. So just with my bench scraper, I'm just going to gently glide around my cake, top and bottom, and I'm just cleaning up that edge. And one more pass around. And there's that. So you can, if you want to, you can feather in your edges a little bit. A lot of times I just leave it and put it back in the refrigerator, and then right before I cover with fondant, I will just trim it off with a knife. So you can do that or what have you. So I'm just filling in a little holes. And it's still really chilled. And again, you guys, my air conditioning is on, so it's very chilled in my environment. And the reason for that is I'm trying to, for the most part, keep the cake at the same temperature in the refrigerator or in my workspace so that the cake there's no shock to the cake. So if the cake is chilled, but my work area is like 80 degrees, that's a big shock in temperature. And that's when you're going to get condensation and the cake's going to look like it's going south on you. So while we're building our cake, while we're working on our cake, I like to have my air conditioning on. It's like 68 degrees in here right now. And then as soon as these cakes are not in my area, I turn that sucker off because the bill gets high. But while I'm working, I have it on. So that is that. I'm going to go put this back in the refrigerator, and I'm going to go get my 5-inch cake, and I'm going to do the same thing. This time, however, I'm going to transfer my 5-inch to a smaller prep board. So, be right back. Okay, I have my 5-inch. And I'm going to transfer this to just another prep board. And I'll show you how I do that. Is there any questions so far? Is everybody okay? Can I get a thumbs up? Okay. So just like we did with the 7-inch, we start with the bottom acrylic. My knife has been warmed up, and I'm just going around, and it really does come off very easy. I'm taking my knife, traveling it flush with the cake board to trim away excess buildup of buttercream and to sort of clean up my board. So if you look here, Keisha, I'll show you something. Do you see that sort of hole? Because the acrylic pulled off a bit too much buttercream there. So all I'm going to do is take a little bit of buttercream and patch it, just like so. I'm going to take my bench scraper and go around and clean it up. So you can do that now, or you can do it later after you flip it over. And we're good. So because I'm not putting this on a cake board, a display board, I'm going to take another non-skid round and place it here on top. Oh, but before I go any further, remember I want to loosen this cake from my prep board so that when I go to flip it over, it's all good. I'm going to take a smaller prep board and place that directly here. And we're going to flip. Placing my hand, I don't want it to move, and flip over. And it comes right off. Peel off my non-skid. My knife has been sitting. And again, for you, Tisha, I am just cutting that little bit of edge that is exposed to that acrylic. And I'm not worried so much about trying to, because the parchment paper is doing its job. And you just keep going around slowly until it does pop right off. And finishing up my top, smoothing down that exposed edge that's a little rough. And remember, my cake is still very chilled, so it's okay if buttercream falls on the sides, because you should have a rock solid cake right now. Getting it smooth. Using a bench scraper, cleaning off my edge, and just gently going around to finish off the edges of my cakes. And that's it, a little feather in, and we're looking good. And I'm going to now put this back in my refrigerator, and I'm going to answer questions, check in on you guys, and also I'm going to clean up my station because we're getting ready for fondant. Be right back. Okay, how are we doing, guys? If you guys have a question, just let me know if you need any help. And as soon as you guys get both acrylics off and patch up your your tops, then go ahead and put that fridge in the refrigerator and start cleaning your area of buttercream. We're done with the buttercream. Don't put it away in the fridge, but just move it out of your way for now. That was a nice flip, Diana. Is it better, Tisha? Looking good, Keelan. It's looking pretty good, Keisha. That's a pretty sexy looking cake you got there. How do you feel about it? Okay. I'm still here, guys, if you need me. I'm just cleaning up, prepping my area. If you're cleaning up now, make sure you wash one of each of your acrylics. So 1-7 and 1-8. Make sure you wash and clean up one of each. We're going to need them in a minute when we panel our fondant. Okay, we're doing good. Our goal is to get these cakes covered in the next hour. Then that gives us an hour to sit down and do some flowers and relax. And Pilar, you can start on that too. That you can do, right?
Kara,
Yep.
it's Keisha. I forgot, did you put another board in between the work board and
I put
the filing?
another non-skid.
Okay, I have a smaller one. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Just so that it doesn't, hopefully not move around on you, but just be careful. Make sure you sandwich that pretty good. Lock it in. And
Okay.
it doesn't slip around on you. Hey, fingers crossed. We're watching you. Yes, success. It looks great, Keisha. I hope you're happy with it. Yeah, I see Tisha cleaning. I see Keelan cleaning. I've lost Felicia again. Oh, gosh. So sorry, Felicia. Okay, Diana is moving to the fridge. Great. If you're cleaned up, you can start kneading your fondant. I want to say if you can handle doing about 2 pounds worth of fondant, that'll be great. Our goal is to roll out all panels needed for both cakes in one fell swoop. So we want to roll out a big sheet of fondant. So we have plenty of fondant to cut. We have 4 panels to cut. We have the tops of our 7 and 5, and then we have the perimeter or paneled for our 7 and 5, which, and I'll talk about the math in a minute. But basically we want to roll out a big sheet. So if we're able to do that, that's how we speed up our time. Instead of rolling out for each panel one at a time, that's going to take a long time to do. And I am using LMF. I made it yesterday. Because I do the paneling method, I actually don't need my fondant to be stretchy. I actually like my fondant to be stiff. Because we are not draping over. But if it's too stiff, I do pop it in the microwave for about 10 seconds just to get it a little bit looser so I can knead it smoothly. I do want it smooth, I just don't want it so stretchy. So I'm going to pop my fondant in the microwave for 10 seconds. Okay. Make sure you have your cornstarch ready. Okay, it's good. It's not breaking on me. So that's good. But again, I don't need it to be like Liz says. I don't need it to be taffy. Like, you see how it's tearing like that? That's actually what I like for paneling. But I definitely do want it conditioned enough to be smooth. Okay, that's good. I'm just going to cover this until we're ready. Okay, I'm going to give you guys some more time to get cleaned up and get your fondant kneaded. I don't know if we only have a couple of viewers. I don't know if they're doing the class with us. I hope you guys are. If you need to put that in the microwave, Tisha, for a minute, not a minute, but like 10 seconds. Okay, not a minute.
How much fondant do we need?
At least 2 pounds. Do you have that?
How much, excuse me?
2 pounds.
Okay.
You have plenty. Is that your fondant?
Okay, thanks.
Hi, Pilar. Do you have any dummy cakes? No? You do? Do you want to cover those? Or no?
I'd rather work on the real cake, so I'm excited to be able to cover it and do it and show it to you tomorrow.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know if that was Keelan, but she's going to use dummy cake tomorrow. She wants to keep it as a display. Was that you, Keelan, or someone else? Not you? Nope. Okay. That wasn't. It was somebody else, and I don't think she made it to class. I'm not sure. Maybe she'll come tomorrow. Okay. Again, we lost Felicia. Oh, you're here? Oh, you're frozen on me, so I can't see you. But if you can see me and hear me, you know, you can always type in a question. Okay, you can see and hear. Okay. We got to work it out, though. Hopefully it'll be better feed from you tomorrow, Keisha, or not Keisha, Felicia, so I can see you. Okay, get your fondant kneaded and warmed up. We can roll together. I'm just hoping everyone can be caught up. That's a workout for you, huh, Tisha? Fondant. Working you out, huh? I see you, though. Well, don't go back out, Felicia. Just stay here. I can see you're typing a question. So, and maybe tomorrow morning or earlier, Felicia, we can try to get you fixed before class. So email me after class, okay? So we can hopefully work out these issues. Okay, Keisha, we're waiting on you. Everyone else is needing fondant. Make sure you guys, again, make sure you have one of each of your round acrylics cleaned off. It's not completely necessary, but it just helps a lot. And also make sure you have a long ruler or a way to measure lengthwise. Okay, I'm giving you guys 3 more minutes, and then I'm going to move on to the demonstration. But hopefully you guys have all worked with fondant to some degree, at least rolled it out, yes? Diana says yes. Oh, Felicia says yes. See, I can read your comments, Felicia. At least we're trying, right? We're trying to work it out. So get your cornstarch, your fondant, your rolling pin, ready to go. Cakes are still in the refrigerator. That's great. Not the freezer. So you guys, basically, so while you guys are doing that, I'll just talk a little bit, just sort of how I work. So if I'm having like if I have like 2 or 3 cakes in a week, I will typically bake everything on Wednesday. All the layers go in the freezer overnight. Thursday, I am typically torting, filling, and crumb coating and sticking those suckers back in the freezer, as well as doing the final buttercream or ganache with the acrylics layering. And they go back in my refrigerator overnight. So they actually stay in my refrigerator overnight. And then Friday morning, that's when I cover them in fondant and finish the decorating of them. But because we're doing a class and we want to get ahead of the game so that tomorrow we're doing the decorating part and not all this hard labor work. So our goal is to get them covered in fondant and stacked and in our refrigerators overnight. And then I will demonstrate how to make quick and easy wafer paper flowers, my quick and easy. However, if you want to do different kinds of flowers with the same color scheme, by all means, do what you like to do. I will demonstrate what I do, and then your homework is to finish your flowers if you can before we meet up tomorrow. Because tomorrow what we're going to do is we're going to sketch Our Lady on the front of our cakes, and we're going to paint. We're going to paint her. And then we're going to adorn her with our beautiful wafer paper flowers. And we can do more chit-chatting tomorrow because we're just going to be enjoying each other's company and talking about ourselves and what we like and all that fun stuff while we get to sit and relax and no more kneading for Tisha. No more kneading fondant tomorrow, I promise. It'll be a relaxing, decorated day. All right, are we ready for the demonstration? Feel free to roll your fondant with me. Oh, Felicia says yes. Okay. Okay. So, paneled fondant. Hopefully, you guys have watched my YouTube video, and so you already have an idea of how I do it. When we panel a round cake, we're doing 2 panels. Ideally, you just do 2. Sometimes for the bigger round cakes, you might have to panel the round in a couple of different layers, but or a couple of different panels. But not with these cakes. These are small cakes, so we should be just fine. So how you figure out how much you need for each panel is you take the size of your cake. So we'll start with the 7-inch. We need to take 7 inches times 3, because pi is 3.14, but we don't need to worry about the 0.14. We're going to say 7 times 3 is 21 inches, so it's about right there. But because we want some overlap, we're going to add 4 inches to that. So we're going to definitely need to roll out a strip of fondant 25 inches long. We also need to worry about the height of our cakes. My cakes are typically about 5 inches tall, so I definitely need to roll out at least 6 or 7 inches width-wise as well. But because I am trying to be efficient with my time, I want to roll out enough fondant that will fit 1/6 by 25 inch panel, 1/6 by 25 inch panel plus one of these, the top of the 7-inch round. I also want to roll out for my 5-inch cake. 5 times 3 is 15. Add 4 more. I need to roll out 19. And I also need to have a width of 6. So now I have a width that I need to get at least 13 inches wide and more like 30 inches long. So that's what I'm aiming for, so that I have enough fondant rolled out to get all of my panels cut. Okay? So we're aiming for 30 inches. Yes, 30 inches long and 13 inches wide. So, how I like to get started. And we can roll out thin. I like thin fondant. And we're also putting this white fondant over white buttercream. So we can really be thin, you guys. But not so thin that you tear. You don't want to do that. So with lots of cornstarch, I'm going to dust my table. And I'm going to position the camera a little bit like that. Yes. Okay. I'm going to dust my lots. We don't want to do all this rolling and it sticks on us. That is no fun. What I'm doing is I'm rolling this out to a long sausage, and I'm hoping I have enough fondant. If I don't have enough fondant, that's no reason to get upset. We just have to roll out more and cut the panels we need. But my goal is to get it all in one swoop. So I'm going to roll it out to a long sausage, and I want to go at least, the initial roll, at least about 20 inches or so, because it'll stretch out longer as we start to roll it out. All right, so that's good right there. I have my rolling pin. I'm going to dust it with cornstarch. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to press it in the middle, and I'm going to start to widen it out. So getting it pressed here. So my goal is to widen it out at least 13 inches wide. And I want a thin layer of fondant on my cake. Because if you're like me, I don't like to eat fondant. And I don't like to waste fondant. So I'm picking up my panel, making sure it's not sticky. And I'm just working, I'm working that width back and forth. Because I want at least 13 inches. And I'm also working it so that it's thin. This is really thick right now. You do not need it that thick. And I'm making sure I'm thinning it out. Okay, and remember, always keep your fondant moving so that it's not stuck. So I'm just going to take a quick measurement and see where I'm at. All right, I'm a little shallow here in the middle. So I'm pushing the fondant a little bit in towards the middle so I have more fondant to work this middle section. Again, making sure I'm not stuck. If you are sticky, lift it up, add more cornstarch if you need to, and lower it back down. Okay, if you're using 5 and 7 inch cakes, then you want to do 13 by 30. If you're using 8 and 6 inch cakes, then you want to be a little bit wider than that. Maybe 32, no, 8 times 3 is 24. You need 29, so you're going to have to go about 36 long. So now what I'm doing is I'm stretching it long ways. I think I'm going to make it. And we want it fairly thin too. Not so thin that it tears and rips on you guys, but a nice, maybe an 1/8 or a 1/16 of an inch. Let me see, what's a 1/16 of an inch? If you can get it to that first notch of thickness, that first little line down here, that would be great. Perfect. Okay, let me see where I'm at. So my longest edge grade is at 30. This one's about 29. And I am 15 wide. I'm good to go. So I'm going to dust a little bit with cornstarch. If you have one of these rulers, these really work well too. This is going to be for my 5 inch. This is a 6 inch wide, 24 inch long sewing ruler. So if you have one of these, great. Otherwise, you'll just have to measure it with your ruler. So I'm going to use this. So for my 5 inch, oh, I need a knife. Sorry, I forgot to tell you guys, get your knife out too. So using a knife, I'm going to cut this. So 5, I need to go to 19, and I'm going to stop. I'm going to cut here to 19 and stop. Cut a straight edge here. And another straight edge here. And then I'm going to take my 7-inch acrylic, and I'm going to place it right next to the smaller panel. That should be good. Before I cut, I'm just going to eyeball. Here I said I needed 7 times 3 is 21. Add 5, I need 25 inches at least. So I'm going to go all the way here. And then I'm going to cut, because this is only 24, so I'm just going to cut slightly longer in a straight edge. Great. So those are done. And I'm going to take my 5-inch and put it here. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut slightly wider than my actual acrylic. Do not cut flush to your acrylic. You want to cut about 1/4 inch more than your acrylic. Okay, so I've got the big one cut, and now I've got the small one cut. All right. You can use your acrylic if you want and place your top panel on it. I'm taking away the excess fondant here. Okay, I'm going to slide this acrylic underneath there. Okay, so I'm going to dust with cornstarch on my panels here. I'm going to start with one end and starting a tight curl. I'm now going to roll up my long panels, and I'm keeping the edges together. Okay, I want the edges to line up together. And I'm rolling it like so. I'm going to put these on a sheet pan, and I'm going to roll up the second one, starting with a tight. This part will get cut off, and then rolling. And make sure that you know which one is which. This is my smaller one. And I'm going to put my smaller top in the middle, and I'm going to keep my larger one out because I'm going to start with my 7-inch cake. And then this is going to go in the freezer. Okay, I'm kneading up my extra fondant. Excuse me, my throat. And the reason why I put my fondant in the freezer, 1, it makes it easier to unroll around your cake. 2, it keeps the fondant from drying out while you're working with, excuse me, while you're working with your other panels. Okay, so I'm going to go put these in my freezer. I'm leaving my top 7-inch out because this is the one I'm going to work with first. And I'm going to bring out my 7-inch cake. And I will be right back. And if you have any questions, unmute yourself and ask me. I'll be right back though. One sec. I am going to put a non-skid mat down and place my cake on top. Okay, how are we doing? Who's got their panels cut? Or are we still rolling out? Tisha's working on it. Remember, no cutting flush to the acrylics because we need a little bit more space. Felicia, you doing all right? Yes, great. Diana, you look like you got enough. Think you'll be all right. Okay, while I wait for you guys, I am going to put my top 7-inch fondant in the freezer because I don't want it to dry out on me while I wait for you guys. I'll use my kitchen fridge. We're doing good, guys. Oh, you have a ruler. You have that ruler, Keisha. Don't you love it? Yeah. It's like 6 inches. It's like perfect, right?
What are the panel measurements?
What, are you using 7 and 5 inches?
Yes.
Okay, so 7 times 3, 21, add 5 more inches. So 20, what, 26, 25, 26, something around there. Long and 6 inches wide. Okay, that's for the 7-inch.
Okay.
You also, for the 5-inch, you want to go 5 times 3 is 15, add 4 to 5 more inches, so 19, 20 inches by 6 inches wide. And then enough fondant for your acrylic discs.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. How are you doing, Keelan?
Well, it looks like I might have to roll it out again.
Okay, no worries. Why don't you cut what you can from that one and then pause while I demo, and then you can continue on. You can either do your cake that you just rolled out for, and then after you finish that, then you can roll out and grab your panels for the second.
Okay. Okay.
If you can't, like, you know, it's just about trying to be just efficient, you guys. And I'll talk about my efficiency. So I talked about my schedule. So now I'll talk about how to be more efficient with your cakes. So if you have a 2-tiered or a 3-tiered cake that you're doing, ideally, you know, you're using sets of acrylic. If you're going with the acrylic method, I will start with my biggest tier and start my acrylic process. And while that, and cover it all, while that is chilling in the refrigerator, then I do my second largest tier, same thing. It goes in the refrigerator and chills. Bring out my last one, do that acrylic method. It goes in the refrigerator, and then I pull out my largest cake, and then I take the acrylics off, flip it over, back, second, do the same thing, acrylics off, the last one, acrylics off. Now I'm ready for fondant. If I have enough fondant, I will do my best to roll out all the panels I can in one fell swoop. It doesn't always happen, you guys, so don't stress if you can't get it done this time around. But just know that if you can, that would be most ideal because you're just having to roll out fondant one time and cut your panels one time. Roll up all of your panels and put them in the freezer. This is when you get faster and you just start paneling your cakes. By the time you get to the last cake, that fondant that's been in the freezer will be really stiff and you'll have some condensation, but it's nothing that you can't deal with as long as your environment that you're working in is cold and you have lots of cornstarch. So that's sort of my assembly line process that I do. So if you can sort of adapt the same or something that works for you, then you'll see that you can get these cakes done pretty quickly and pretty efficiently. I love doing paneled method because I suck at the drape over. I just do. I know where I'm weak and I compensate by doing paneled fondant. So hopefully you'll like this method. You don't, obviously, if it's not for you, you don't have to adapt to it, but it's a great method to learn because you might want to use it, say, on a double barrel cake where it's much harder to do the drape method. So, okay, you guys. Can I demo or you guys need more time? Give me a thumbs up if I can demo. Okay. Okay, Felicia's done. All right, girlfriend. I love that I can still communicate with you, Felicia. Okay, I'm going to demo now. Now, because this is an all butter, butter-based buttercream, I do not have to condition this with water, okay? The fondant will stick beautifully to this buttercream. Make sure that you have your new razor. We need a new razor. Okay, I have one of those. Make sure that you have fondant smoothers ready to go. Okay, I have two. You may only just need one. Make sure that you have your paring knife ready to go. And, one second, make sure you have damp paper towels and dry paper towels ready to go. Okay, this is to keep our blade clean. All right, so I am going to pull out my first panel. We always go with the top first. Okay, so this has been in the freezer for just a few minutes. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to place it right on top. And using my fondant smoothers, and because my cake is still very chilled, remember, keep your cakes in the refrigerator until you're ready to go. Let them stay as chilled and as long as possible. Now I'm putting a good amount of pressure on my cake to get that top sealed down. And I'm going over my edges, and I want this piece of fondant to be over my cake ever so slightly. That way I can go back and trim it flush with a nice cut, with a brand new razor. Okay, now I always say get over your cake, and what you want to do, and very important, is you're not going to do this motion. We're not sawing. None of that. We're doing a glide. We're gliding around. Okay? I always like to say come over the top of your cake. And I say show me some cleavage. And you want to cut into your fondant until you're resting flush with the side of your cake. And you're going to glide around, doing your best not to cut into your cake, but staying flush along the side of your cake. Get to a stopping point, trim away, and now I have some buttercream built up on that. I want to clean that off. and I want to, and do not do this on a turntable. You can't control it when it's on a turntable. Get yourself a non-skid mat and just do it in sections. Again, coming around, trimming flush to my cake. Trimming off a little bit and turn my cake. And I'm just going to keep going around until I meet up to where I started. Trim, 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 almost there. I'm not sawing. I'm doing a level cut, steady trim, steady glide, and that's it. You can run your finger down around the side just to sort of smooth out any possible jaggedy edges. And there we have it. Beautiful, easy. Okay, I'm still demoing. I'm going to get my larger panel and I'm going to demo wrapping that around. 1 second. I'm going to leave the other panels in the freezer. Okay, so I have my panel. It's been in the freezer. We rolled it up so that it's flush and I have a clean, straight edge. I am going to start, and I'm trying to leave that edge all the way down to the bottom, so it's all the way down to the board, so we have a clean bottom edge, and I'm smoothing it around the cake, making sure that I keep that bottom edge flush so that we don't have to trim that, and it'll be a clean, beautiful finish. So all the way around till it overlaps. I'm going to use my fondant smoother to press the fondant onto the cake using firm pressure. I'm holding my overlap right now because I want to try to get as much of that cake, the fondant adhered to the cake with the overlap. Now, because we curled it, or we started our roll, this is crappy right here. So I definitely want to make sure I cut off all the crappiness. So I want to find where it's nice and smooth, which is right here on this edge. And I'm going to slice through both layers of fondant, being careful not to cut too deeply. You peel this back. And then trim away. This is when my back starts hurting, so I apologize. This little lean over is wreaking havoc on me right now. So I'm a little slow in this part. And then I'm going to marry the seams together. And getting that fondant adhered to the cake. So feel free to get started with the top of your cake. And if you have any questions, let me know. And all I'm going to do is just sort of massage my fondant so that it sticks nicely onto my cake. And I'm all flush to the bottom. That's a beautiful bottom edge. This is why I love paneling. It's so easy for me. And it creates such a beautiful finish. Nice job, Tisha. So with trimming, it really is just going to be, well, with everything, it's just going to be about practicing, you guys. So if you enjoy this method, then if you enjoy it better than the draping, then you'll just practice this more and get better at it. Draping was not good for me, so I perfected this one. Or nothing's perfect, but you know what I'm saying. How is that, Tisha? Is it okay for you?
Like you said, it's a little bit more practice. I'm always the problem child, so it's always going to be a little bit longer for me. But it's good.
It's good? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as long as you're learning and you're liking this process, then that's what matters.
Exactly.
Good job. Okay, I'm watching you, Keelan. Those are pretty. Do you guys feel the firmness of your cakes right now? It feels pretty solid and good, yeah? Well, another thing why I really like about paneling is that it's not a lot of manipulation of the fondant and the cake at the same time. So you're not warming up your cake, so to speak, by trying to get those sharp edges. We're not having to reflip it over for sharp edges. So it's just a matter of getting it stuck on the cake and doing clean cuts with your razors. Now, Tisha, you didn't roll up your fondant.
I had to re-roll to get enough for even the first cake. I don't even have the panel for the second cake.
Okay, don't worry about it. Do you have a nice clean cut on at least one of the bottom edges of that panel? It looks clean.
I mean, it could be cleaner because I'm looking at it.
Okay, lay it back down, dust it with some cornstarch, and I want you to roll it up. You can lay the whole thing down. Don't need to hold it in your hand.
Okay.
There we go. Lay it flat and then dust it and roll it. It'll be so much easier for you. Even if you don't freeze it, just having it rolled up is going to be so much easier.
Okay. Oh, roll it.
Yeah, roll it up like I was. Wait, did you dust it with cornstarch? We don't want it to stick. As long as it's not sticky. Just a little bit so it doesn't stick on itself. Okay, now you can roll it up from one end.
Okay.
And try to keep one end of your roll lined up, like the edges all lined up evenly. That will be what you place on the bottom, so you have a nice clean bottom edge. How's the trimming, Keelan? Do you like that? Or are you still... Try to get over your cake. Are you right-handed? Your left?
I'm right.
Oh, I was over my cake, like
Okay.
cleavage, and I was coming around to the left.
Oh, okay.
And then I would move my cake so I can keep... For me, that was the most steady.
No, it actually is better.
Okay, see? Okay, great.
Oh yeah, so much better.
Oh, good.
Thank
Good
you.
tip then. Good tip for you. Felicia, how are you doing? I can't see anything you're doing, but I hope you're doing okay. Great. Do you like it, Felicia? Is it looking good? Oh, good. You'll have to send me a picture of it when you're done. Okay, once you guys get your tops on, I'm going to demo trimming the sides flush. So if you guys can look up here. I'm going to start where my seam is. I'm going to come from the outside this way. It is not good for you to come from the inside and cut, because why? You can't get a flush, and you'll end up going at an angle down, and you'll make a really ugly edge. You don't want that. Here, I can start my cut, find where the top of my cake is, and glide without cutting the top into the top of my cake. I can glide along the top of my cake for a nice trim. And I can go down a little bit further. If your fondant is starting to sort of bend out onto your cake, we'll fix that later, but just keep your other hand nearby so you can keep the fondant flush, or you can hold the top edge of the fondant so that it stays close to your cake so it doesn't come out. We're going to have to go back through and add a little bit of water to get that fondant to attach itself. So that's all I'm doing. You notice I am not sawing. I am just using the top of my cake to level off my razor, and I'm gliding through. And that's all I'm doing. I'm cleaning up this edge here. And that's it. So you can take a little bit of water with a small paintbrush, and I'll get that 1 second so you guys can see. So I'm just going to take a little bit of water, a little paintbrush, and I'm going to gently peel back the fondant, and I'm just going to wet that area where the two pieces of fondant meet and join. So I'm just going around, adding a little bit of water. Little bit of water all the way around. And now I'll take my fondant smoother and attach it to the top panel. And then you have a second fondant smoother. You can make sure if your top panel has sort of shrunken in that it meets up with your outside panel. You get a clean seam and finish. It's so clean that it's not even noticeable. Again, this might take some practice for you guys if you're not used to doing it, but you know, practice really does make close to perfect. So what I'm doing here is I'm just sort of using my thumb and my first finger to sort of do a little bit of a pinching motion as I smooth around that edge, keeping my sharp edge, but getting rid of any sort of jaggedy, a jagged sort of cut maybe that might have appeared. I'm just smoothing it clean. And that, my friends, is it. And I just like to give my cakes some love like this. That helps get rid of the cornstarch too. So you can see, I don't know if you guys can see, come closer. That's my seam in the back. It's pretty clean and straight, so it's not an eyesore. And that's my seam on top. Hardly noticeable, yeah? Okay, I'm going to put this one back in my refrigerator, and I'm going to start my second tier, starting with the top. And if you do have any questions, please let me know. Okay, I'm going to get my first panel, my round that was in the freezer. So normally these wouldn't be in the freezer that long. I would have moved much faster, but as you can see, it's been in the freezer, and you can see how hard that is. Like a Frisbee, right? Not to worry. I'm going to place it on top. I'm going to use the heat of my hand. And it's really cold, so your hand might get frozen a little bit. I'll switch. I'm going to use the heat of my hand to sort of warm up that fondant so I can get it attached to the cake. I'm actually going to go get my other piece just so it can kind of thaw out a little bit. Hold on. Any questions? Anybody having any issues? So I'm just going to do the same thing I did on the big cake. I'm going to do on the round cake. Making sure I'm stuck on there. I'm right-handed. I'm going to get over my cake. Move my hair. And gliding along the perimeter of the cake. I always find it easiest for me to be over my cake in this motion. I guess if you were left-handed, it would be the same idea. You would be going this way to the right.
I'm a lefty.
Who's a lefty? Keela? Oh, Keisha. So yeah, Keisha, get over your cake, show me your cleavage, and go to the right in a smooth fashion this way. Make sure you're going, don't go, if you're left-handed, you're not going to the left, you're traveling to the right.
Right. Okay. Because I'm left. This is Tisha, and I'm also left-handed. So I was like, maybe this is because.
Just, if you can get over your cake, this is my left hand. I'm over it, and I'm going to glide this way. So I'm gliding to the right. And with my right hand, I'm gliding to the left. Does that make sense? And I'm going over my cake. So much, for me, and it seemed like it helped Keelan, it was a much easier way. So I have my top on. Now it's time for the side. This is still kind of cold. If you think you're going to be slow in putting your fondant on, you might not want, in the beginning, you might want to roll your fondant out as you go, because it being in the freezer really any longer than 5 minutes, 10 minutes, it just gets really too cold. But I can still work with it, and I'll show you. So this is a really cold piece of fondant. So I'm just going to go a little bit slower and unroll it. And I'm also making sure that my fondant is all the way flush to the bottom, because I like a clean bottom edge. I don't like putting borders on my cakes if it's not part of a design. I don't like putting borders because I'm trying to hide an ugly bottom edge, if that makes sense. So now you have an option. You can have a clean border, or you can have a decorative border because, well, because you want to. Not because you have to. I'm just going all the way. It's pretty stiff, but nothing we can't work with. And again, I'm using the warmth of my hands to help sort of defrost the fondant a little bit and get it stuck to the cake. Okay, you guys, I have to sit because my back, that bending over a little bit just gets me. So I'm just going over. And I'm massaging. You guys see how beautiful that bottom edge is? That's what we want. I'll switch to my fondant fondant smoother, and just sort of really massage that fondant on to the cake. I'm putting a lot of pressure on this cake. It's pretty solid. It's pretty chilled. You can also, at this stage, if you want to add your water to that top seam where they join, you can certainly do that too. That will help you when you go to trim it. So I'm just adding a little bit of water all along the top seam and using my fondant smoother to smooth it onto the cake. And all the way around. And now I'm going to make my cut. And I'm cutting through both layers. Peeling it back. And then marrying the seams together. Sometimes if I have a little bit of extra, I have to go back and trim it a little bit more. That's fine. And now what I'm doing is I'm just using the warmth of my fingers to smooth that seam down so that it's not an eyesore and it's clean. And again, I'm massaging my cake, trying to warm it up just a little bit. It's still pretty cold, but I like it cold. It's definitely easier to work with a cold cake than a room temperature cake, yeah? I'd much rather have frozen hands than a cake falling over on me. So I'm just really giving it a good smooth. So it's so cold it is pulling away. Show you guys that it is pulling away. So I'm going to use a little water and brush down the edge just to give it a little more help while this cake sort of comes to a more defrosted stage. And using that to get it stuck. Check it. Okay, it was looking pretty good. I have to say, I'm not very good at getting a straight line. My seams always seem to have a little bit of a slant. Oh well. That's the back of the cake. Okay, so now I've got that on. I'm going to trim my top. And again, going from the outside, cutting in so that my razor, let me find it, my razor lays flat on top of the cake and then gliding. Gliding along. Making sure my razor is clean, using the damp paper towel. And gliding along. No sign. There's no sign in paneling. If you saw, then you're going to hate, then that seam is going to be an eyesore, and then you're going to hate paneling. Clean up just this back edge. Perfection. Again, I'm just rubbing using the pinching of my thumb and first finger to smooth and pinch slightly so that edge sort of blends in a little bit more so it's not so noticeable. And using my hands, giving it a little warmth, a little massage. This again helps to get the fondant to stick to that buttercream and helps to eliminate a lot of that cornstarch. And it helps to become one with your cake. Give it some love. Say thank you for not falling over on me. Thank you for being perfect right now. Felicia, how you doing? Good. You doing good? Good. Okay. Well, I am. I knew what you meant, Felicia. We are good to go. Okay, so I'm going to put this one back in my refrigerator. Remember, no more freezer. Now, ideally, well, what we're going to do next is we're going to clean up from the fondant, and we're going to stack our tiers, okay? And then we're going to let them sit in the refrigerator overnight, and I'm going to do a quick demonstration on how I do my wafer paper flowers. And then we'll stick around for a little bit, maybe we'll go a little bit over 2 o'clock depending on our time, just to see if you guys have any issues with making the wafer paper flowers. And then we'll call it end of day 1. Okay, so keep working. I would like us all to be able to stack our cakes together. So keep moving, ladies. If you have any problems, give me a holler. I'm here to help. But I will be cleaning up a little bit while you guys continue working on your cakes. And we're gonna. And if you are ready to, if you're ready to move on too, you'll clean up and get your milkshake straws out and your dowels. You only need 1 dowel, and get those things ready to go, and we'll stack shortly. And back in the refrigerator it goes. One look at the seam and my top. Good job, Keisha. I see you, girl. You like it? Good. Felicia says you just need a little more practice. Do you like this method? Do you find it a little bit easier to do, Felicia? I know I love this method. How are you doing, Diana? Good? Again, go ahead and, if you need to add a little water to where the fondant meets, then do that. That makes it easier. Maybe putting a little bit of water around the edge before you trim might be a bit easier to do. Keisha, your cake looks so good from my viewpoint. Really does. Keelan, is that your last panel? Is that your last panel to cut? Is that for the second cake?
Yeah, I'm gonna panel it in a minute.
Okay, great. We don't have to stack them today. We can stack them first thing tomorrow. So I don't want to stress you guys out on trying to get them. We have 40 more minutes in our allotted time. So we don't have to worry about the stacking today. We'll let our cakes rest in the refrigerator overnight. And then when you guys are ready, I'll do a demo with the wafer paper flowers. Most importantly is we get them covered in fondant, because tomorrow is going to be a much more relaxing day, sitting and decorating our cake. So the hard part is over, ladies. And once your cakes are in your fridge, they're fondant covered and they're in your fridge, you can turn your air conditioning off or down or up or whatever, so because we won't be bringing them back out until tomorrow. How is that for you, Tisha, going over and coming over to the right? Does that work better for you? No? We just need to practice, yeah? Okay. Fine. You'll find what works for you if you continue this method. I am not a fan of people using dummies to practice covering cakes and fondant with, but if you want to do that to practice at least cutting your seams, that would be good, because then you can peel that fondant right back off and reuse it. Why I don't like that? That's why it was so important for me to do a class with real cake. When you go to cake conventions, they always are using styrofoam, because usually in cake conventions they don't have the facility to use real cake, or they don't have the licensing or the insurance to use real cake. So cake decorators bring styrofoam to do their cakes. And that's great if you're just practicing, decorating techniques. But if you still are new and you really are having a difficult time using real cake and covering it in fondant, then I don't suggest that you try to keep practicing on styrofoam cake. Like, I believe you should get a box cake mix, crumb coat it in, do the acrylic method or whatever, and then wrap that sucker in fondant. And if it's not working, you can peel it off, patch up your buttercream, chill it, and try again. I would rather you try to work with real cake in learning how to cover a cake in fondant. Once you've got it down for the most part and you want to just practice trimming a nice seam, then yes, maybe you can use styrofoam. Does that make sense? It's a huge difference. And too, styrofoam is light. Like, that sucker moves all over you, unless you got it super glued to a cake board and the cake board's super glued to your work surface. It's actually more frustrating. I believe if you're getting started, it's really best that you go from, oh, my family just came home. You go from the basics of learning how to torte a cake, fill a cake, crumb coat it. If you're using acrylic method, great. Learn those basics first, and then try covering your cake in fondant, whether you're using the paneled method or the drape method. It just all makes sense. That way, let's say you don't want to have your air conditioning pumped up to 68 degrees. Then you realize, oh my gosh, I either have to work faster or my cake is starting to crumble underneath me. You'll understand all of those things when you're using real cake. And I know I just rambled, but that's just my opinion. But I think styrofoam dummies are really great, to showcase your artistic talents and to have displayed, Oh, you're welcome, Felicia. I'm so glad we can still communicate. Okay, I'm going to continue. I'm going to continue cleaning up and getting set up for a wafer paper demonstration. I see you got a stool, Keisha. Do what you gotta do. I like it. So Pilar, you can get your wafer paper out and stuff, and we can do some flowers together. Hopefully everybody will be done in the next 10 minutes, and then we can do a couple.
Kara,
Yes.
it's Keisha.
Yes.
Thank you so much for this. I can see how with more practice I can get quicker in the future.
Definitely more practice, you guys. Like, don't stop here. This class, that's gonna waste your time and waste your money. You know, if you like this method, then just perfect this method. If this method works for you, then do that. Okay, just to reiterate, we're not going to worry about stacking our cakes today. We'll do that first thing tomorrow. We're going to move on to doing wafer paper demo after this. So you can join along if you're ready to join along, or you can just watch. But hopefully you'll be able to join along at least on a couple of passes.
Kara?
Yes.
We're all done with fondant for today, right? I can clear all fondant stuff.
Yes, you just need, you can put in a little Ziploc bag, like
Okay.
a little ball of fondant for the flowers. But not a lot, just a little bit.
Okay.
Pilar, I need a high-powered snack. Cashews. My stomach was growling. I'm like, I gotta keep eating and not cake. See, just that much. I see you, Pilar. I'm so glad none of my children have nut allergies. Oh, Felicia says, "What? You'll need you need a little ball of fondant, a little bit. You'll need piping gel. You'll need scissors, a paintbrush, and you'll need your wafer paper that you should have pre-cut and ready to go."
Hi, this is Tisha.
Hi, Tisha.
Hi. I know I'm gonna still be a while, but I'll keep watching you guys for the wafer paper. So don't, go ahead for me.
Okay.
But I'm gonna keep on working with this. So.
Okay. And you already know about wafer paper too, so.
Yes.
And you can replay this link. You all got the PDF that has both links for both days. You just click on that link. It'll take you to the YouTube channel, and you can replay. You can fast forward all the way to this part.
All righty.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll give you guys 4 more minutes, and then I'm going to start the demonstration. And don't let us rush you, Keisha. You can do like Tisha and just keep working, and you can replay this portion of the class to do your wafer paper, okay? Diana's ready to go. Pilar's ready to go. Keelan, you're setting up. Can you angle your camera down so I can see? Awesome. Alicia, are you ready to go with the wafer paper? All right. Well, most of us are ready to go, so I will go because we have like 20 minutes left. Okay. So we're going to start with our squares. Now, the reason why I had these pre-colored in blocks is just for the people that may not have an airbrush machine, but you can certainly do all of these flowers in white paper and then airbrush them different colors. But, or you can do the color blocks and you can still add a little bit of airbrush. Like, for instance, with our red flower on my demo cake, I airbrushed it a little bit of black around it so it had that burgundy black sort of really nice finish. So these will be pretty, straightforward, but you can always go and take your airbrush machine and add a little bit of black. And and then I'm also going to, you can also paint with gold luster dust and Baca. You can paint like gold, paint some of them gold, or airbrush them gold. I like the painting part though. There was like one gold flower. I'm gonna start with the red because you can see it on screen. So I have 2 6s, and this, you guys, I actually learned these flowers from Stevie Hey There Cupcake from Craftsy. I really, they're like so easy for me to do that I really don't do much else. I do the peony wafer paper flower too. So if you guys want to do other flowers because you want to, then by all means, please do. Just stick to the colors that we're using because we're going, you know, it's Day of the Dead. And we want to go with this sort of color scheme. So what we're going to do is I have 2 of my 6 inches. And what I'm going to do is I like to trim 2 at a time because it's just faster that way. I'm going to start at one corner, and I'm literally just going to rough up this straight edge a little bit and curl around the corner. Okay, so I don't know if you can see that. All right, and just going around the corners and sort of waving the scissors back and forth. And softening our corners. Okay, now that we don't have these straight edges, we're going to pick a corner and about, I think that's about 1 inch. I'm going to start cutting a spiral and curling around. And I'm just sort of waving my scissors back and forth as I'm going around and keeping about 1 inch width. And we're going all the way to the corner. So you got a little bit of there. So this is what it looks like cut. Okay, easy. So that's what you're going to do with your squares. Okay, separate them and turn them so that the rough side is facing up. And you can have different size squares. Like this will be a tiny little rolled rose. This slightly bigger. And obviously the bigger the square you have, the bigger the rolled rose is. So I like to do the tiny ones, and they become centers of the flowers. These will become more or less flowers on their own, but then I'll use a tiny one for a different flower that I'm going to show you in a minute. So now that I have, I'm just going to work with one at a time. And have my piping gel. And again, I highly suggest you guys get Stevie's wafer paper class on Craftsy. She teaches you a lot of things, but I will say this. She exposed me to the piping gel with wafer paper, which I like much better than using water. And if you look up paper flowers, not wafer paper, just paper flowers, there's lots of tutorials online about how to make a different paper flower. And once you understand sort of the concept of wafer and piping gel, then you can pretty much do the same thing with wafer. Hi, honey. So holding down my paper, I'm going to saturate the back of my paper here with lots of piping gel. This is like a conditioning of the wafer. And make sure you don't miss a spot. All the way to the edges. Okay, so now we have that done. Oh, I meant to tell you guys. Oh, honey, since you're here, can you wet this for me and then give me a dry one? You might need a wet, damp paper towel with you, as well as a dry towel, because your hands are going to get sticky. Okay, so turning it onto itself and starting with the edge here, you're going to start your curl in. And the only thing that you really have to worry about is keeping this bottom edge lined up. The top is going to look all crazy, but when we get to the end, it's going to look great. Thanks, honey. And so another thing I like to do is gently, because you don't want to smash this part. You want to do your best not to anyway. And I'm just curling this on to itself, trying to keep this edge lined up together. So when you get to a corner here, sometimes I feel like you'll see how it starts to bow out here. So again, I'm trying, I wonder if I should do like this. I'm trying to keep this edge curled and lined up. And then as I do that, you see that it starts to sort of billow out a little bit and start a really nice flower. So keep going, just keep going, doing your best to keep that bottom edge together. And sometimes it does billow out a little bit on the bottom. That's totally fine. Don't worry about that. Get to another corner and just going around. And look, it's starting to tear on me. Don't worry about it. Even if it were to rip off, don't worry about it. Set it down, continue the turn in, and then reattach this onto itself and keep going. Because you got a lot of piping gel and it's sticking. It'll stick and you just keep curling right over it. Again, it's ripped here. Now I'm not going to stress. This is a non-stress cake. You really can't go too wrong with this flower, as long as you keep that bottom edge. So I'm just going to reattach because it tore on me. No worries. I'm just going to find where it should land and keep going. Sorry, I was off camera. And keep going around, all the way to the end. And that little bit and there it is. Easy peasy. Well, at least it is for me. Hopefully you'll enjoy it too. Now what you can do, And you might need to get your fondant tools. Hold on, let me get my... And so I'm using my wet cloth to clean my hands. Just make sure that you don't put water on your wafer. So you can take a little bit of a little fondant tool and you can sort of like adjust your petals, maybe give it a little more, you know, open them up a little bit, widen it out, make it look pretty. And then I'm just going to put them on a tray. I'm going to put them on a tray here and let them dry. But you can also, look, before we do that, get a little piece of fondant. Sorry, I forgot this part. Take a little ball of fondant, roll it up, press it down just a little bit. Take your flour, take more piping gel, a little dab of piping gel onto the fondant and press it in. This is going to help us when we go to attach these onto our cake to have that fondant backing. If it's not attaching, you can also just press it on like this and just get it so that it sticks to the bottom like so. Okay? So you can do as many of those as you like. In front of your TV, watch a good movie. And I'm going to show you one more. So I'm going to do a couple more of these. And you do these, at least do one in each color, the big ones, and maybe do one small one so we can add it. Do one of each color, including one white, and do the smaller ones, the 4-inch, one of each at least. Okay? And so moving on, this time I'm going to start with some fondant. Wait, did anybody have any questions for that so far? Your flower looks retarded, Felicia? Oh man, I wish I could see it. Who's done? Did anybody do one? Let me look at you, Keisha.
Mine is pretty bad.
Don't worry about it. Keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going. As long as the top, as long as the bottom, you guys, is lined up and it looks smashed, don't worry about the bottom, as long as you keep the top cute. But you're going to keep it lined up. You want me to do one more? You need to see it again?
Look.
You're not lining up one edge though. I think you're when you cut it too, maybe you were a little too wavy. You just want to do, here, I'll cut another one for you.
Thank you.
Like with the black, when you go to cut it, you just want to sort of wiggle. You just want to do a wiggle motion, not a deep sort of wave. Does that make sense? Just a wiggle. Back and forth. So look at mine. You see that? That's how you want it to look. Or I'll show you this one. Okay, just so it's not completely straight. Again, do your best. If you say screw it, you can always add some dragées later. But if you can do, because these look, if you look at my demo cake, these were, I had a lot of these around the cake and they just are really pretty in her hair. Okay, if you look at my bottom, this is what the bottom of it looks like. Where's my camera? You know, it's kind of all smashed up, but they're all lined, like it's not coming out. It's all flush. So you want to work on that. And put my fondant back on there. The piping gel overnight will dry and it'll be ready for us to go. So the more flowers you want, you guys, the amount of flowers really is up to you. You can, if you want to say screw this and just get one big flower in her hair, that really is up to you. I really do like more than one big flower for her hair, because if you know about, you know, like think about Frida Kahlo, she had so many flowers in her hair. So that's the look we're going for, but I also don't want you guys to stress out. This is supposed to be non-stressful. Okay, I'm going to move on to the last flower demo. Do you have a question, Pilar? You're good. Okay. Felicia, are you okay? I'm seeing a yes, please. I'm not sure what that's referring to. You're good? Okay. One more flower demo, and then we're going to call it day one. And I'm going to leave you guys to hopefully enjoy making your wafer paper flowers, and we'll meet up again tomorrow. So one more demo. Okay, so here we are. I have a piece of fondant, a little bit bigger. Okay, it's fairly thick. Okay, I'm going to leave that off to the side. And then I'll start with, I'll do red again. So we're going to create our outer petals. So you're going to start with 5 of the larger petals. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? You can do them 2 at a time. And what you're going to do is you're going to create a teardrop. So I'm going to start my scissors at one corner, and I'm going to cut around to the edge and sort of make sure I round it off. Turn it over. Back at the same starting point, I'm going to go to the other side and round it off so it should look like this. And then I'm going to cut a slit about 1/3 of the way up, like so. Okay? You're going to do that with all 5 petals. So you can do 3 at a time too, just really no more than 3, because then it gets a jaggedy cut. So again, starting at one corner, going around and rounding it off. Flip it over, start at the same point, curl and round it off. And a slit up the center 1/3 of the way. Okay, I'm going to place them down on my station here. And I'm going to take my piping gel and I'm going to condition halfway over the slit. So just up into this section down, okay? With piping gel, and I'm going to do all of them. Okay, I'm also going to take some piping gel and brush the top of my fondant here. So I'm going to take one and I'm going to cross it over. Someone as a volume is on, getting feedback. And you're going to create like a cup. Okay, and then I'm pressing into my fondant just right on the edge. So it should look like this. And you're going to do that with each one. Cross over, pinch, create a cup, and then layer it on top. And you're going to go all the way around. This is the easiest flower ever. Tisha, can you mute yourself? I think we're hearing you. So when we get to the last one, we're going to go over the last one, but under the first one. And then we're going to press down into the center. And your flower should look like this so far. Okay? I think this flower would be much easier for you guys to do because it's just easy. Then we're going to take 4 or 5, depending on what you want, of the smaller. And we're going to do the same thing that we did to our bigger petals. We're going to start at the corner and curl up. Flip over and do the other side, so you create like a teardrop and make a cut up 1/3 of the way. So I'm going to do 5. Again, cutting, flip it over and do the opposite side. 1/3 way up and lay it down. Condition halfway up the petal with piping gel. And then a little bit more piping gel in the center of your flower, and then we're going to build the petals inside. So again, crossing over the slit to cup the petal. You're going to lay it inside between 2 petals. So it should look like that. Same thing, crossing over and laying that on top, and you're just going to keep going around in your center. Making sure you have a little bit of a cup to each petal. And you're going to press it into that fondant to get it to stick. Last petal, again, we're going over the top but under the first one and pressing in. Now, here is what it should look like. So, you can do a few things at this point. You can add 3 more small petals to the center. It'll cover up that bit of white, and then you can add, with a little bit of piping gel, you can add some dragées, okay? Or you can make a smaller, using your 4-inch squares, a smaller rolled rose, and you can place that in the center. Do you see how beautiful that just turned into? A full flower. This is why I like this. So easy to do. So, or you could take a big one. That actually looks pretty good too. And then there's one flower. So you can do a few of these big ones to stand alone, a few small ones to stand alone, and then you can use these also to fill in for this last flower I just demonstrated. Or you can keep going with a few more petals and some dragees, maybe gold dragees or black dragees. One more thing to this. So once you've gotten this flower pretty much where you're going to have it, before you are to add dragees or one of your rolled rose centers, I want you to gently take your finger into the middle, flip it over, and then you're going to just sort of cup the fondant around the petals so that it just forms more of a cupped rose. So it's not so flat. So it should look like that. Okay? I think I'm going to put my big one in the center. And by doing that, I'm going to add a little bit of piping gel to my center. And I'm going to add my rolled rose right there. I'll use a fondant tool to sort of fix anything I might have sort of smashed, or to open it up, give it a little more zhuzhing, I guess. Is that a word? Zhuzh it. And there you go, guys. That was easy. So if all you did were these two flowers, you'll have a lot of flowers, and you do them in different colors. We can have a full head of flowers for our Day of the Dead Lady. Okay, and then leave these on a, probably best to put a little powdered sugar, or not powdered sugar, cornstarch. Hold on, let me get some cornstarch. Put a little cornstarch down and leave this here to dry. And there you go. Does anybody have any questions about those two flowers? They're very easy, I think. You might not like the road. That one's much better. Please, you guys, promise me this. If you're having trouble with the rolled rose, that you promise to try it at least 3 more times before you say screw it. Okay? Or more, but at least 3 more times, yes? And let's say your rolled rose is getting all wonky and it's not flush, the bottom is not flush. You know, you can always take some scissors and cut that off, right? Or you can actually probably push that point through and into the top of your flower also. So play around with it. Play around with the amount of piping gel that you might be adding. If you think you're putting too much, maybe you are. Try with a little bit less. Keep practicing. Think about those different things. Like, okay, last time I put way too much. Let me try to pull back and not put so much. And do that. Or maybe you didn't put enough the first time. So keep practicing. But if you can all unmute yourself so we can have a final check-in. I want to see your, Pilar, let me see your flower. Oh, you can spray that. You have an airbrush? You can airbrush that black. Oh, you guys, when you airbrush too, it really like softens the paper and kind of gives it a cool curl. It makes it look really great. So if you do have an airbrush, use it. Keelan, did you get one done? What happened?
This is my roll.
Okay, push it in. Push it in. Sit it down on the surface and push it down. Did that help?
Not really.
Stick it into that flower. Let's see.
But then I have this. So
That one's pretty. I think if you stick that rolled rose right inside, I bet you it'll be good. Let's see. You can trim that part off if you don't want it. Let's take a gander at it. Let's just see.
It can work. It'll
Okay,
work.
put piping gel in the middle and
Yeah.
leave it overnight so it'll be great dry in the morning.
Yeah, I'll spread it out a little bit.
Diana, how about you? You like it?
More or less. I think it needs some work, but I think it'll get.
But you have more to practice, so I think overall when we put them all on the cake it's gonna look great.
Yeah.
And who else? I think Tisha left us. All right, Keisha, I see you trying. It looks better already. You think?
I think so. I'll just have to cut the end maybe, but
Or stick it when you finish the roll, put it down on the hard surface, and then push it down to see it should be all right. All right, ladies. Well, hopefully you guys aren't too burnt out that you can make more flowers. The more flowers you make, the more pretty it's going to be. But I'm not going to judge you if you only make a few. As long as you have at least one to put in her hair, I'll be happy.
Okay.
Well, thank you guys so much for day one. I hope that you guys learned a lot. Is it daylight saving? Not daylight saving. Like we changed the clocks tomorrow?
No. No, I don't think so.
Next week, I think.
Is it next week? Okay.
I think so.
Well, for Mexico it's tomorrow, so.
Tomorrow?
Is it?
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Maybe it is tomorrow.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me
Look on my calendar then. Wow, because nobody mentioned it.
I know. Let me Google it real quick. Hold, please. I don't want to leave until we make sure.
No, atrás, ocho. Ocho. Atrás.
Let's see. Time change. Timeanddate.com. Oh, it says November 1st.
Yeah, next week.
Okay.
birthday.
Well, Diana, just be aware of that if it changes for you.
Yeah.
And we'll be back. The room will be open again in 1 hour before class. So.
Okay.
So 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock for me and Keisha, for sure.
Well, I'm going to send you the email 1 hour before, so that'll give you a heads up.
Yes.
So we'll be good. Okay. All right,
Okay.
guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alicia. Alicia, we'll, I actually have to run right now, but if you'll wake up early tomorrow, a couple hours before class starts, we can try to work through your viewing kinks. Otherwise, I don't know. Maybe reboot your computer. Okay, guys. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Happy caking. Don't take those cakes out of the refrigerator. Leave them
Nope.
in the Bye. Turn your air conditionings off now. See you later.
Thank you.